Welcome to Election Night 2022 with the States Project. Stand by for a live update from our team, because everything we care about starts in the States.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us for our first ever Election Night broadcast. I'm Adam Pritzker, founding partner of the States Project. It's safe to say that you won't find election night content like what you're about to experience anywhere else this evening. Because at the States Project, we work to connect the importance of state legislatures to every aspect of our lives. Together, with a 10,000 person strong community, we are hyper-focused on building power in states to improve lives. We do it because we believe that state legislatures are the strongest force for change in this country. You probably won't hear this on television tonight, but state majorities elected today will decide access to reproductive health care for millions of families. They will determine whether clean water runs through our taps, and whether, most importantly, we can vote in future elections and expect those votes to be counted. So while many folks are worried about Congress and which party will have a majority after tonight, we are too, we're focused on the balance of power in state legislatures around the country. After tonight, state majorities, including Arizona, Michigan, Nevada, and Minnesota, could determine whether we have free and fair presidential elections in 2024 or a president hand-selected by radical right-wing state legislatures. And so state legislative results from battleground states across the country are our focus tonight. Election results that tend to fly beneath the radar of most, but are critical to the health of our country and our democracy. I'm incredibly proud of the work the States Project has done this year. I'm proud of our community that has worked so hard in this corner of politics that has been under-recognized and underinvested. Tonight, we'll spend some time celebrating the people who work with us year-round to bring attention and investment to state legislative races. We'll hear from some of the candidates we've supported this year, candidates in districts with narrow margins whose elections could shift or protect the balance of power in their state. We'll meet a range of brilliant people who will underscore why building power in state legislatures is not work we do for any one election, but is essential for every election. We expect tight races this evening, so we're not going to have complete answers on majorities in each state until a few days have passed, but we'll contextualize any results as best we can for you this evening. Whatever happens tonight, this fight is far from over. Thank you for believing in our mission, for being here with us tonight, and for the work you will do beyond this evening because you understand that the future of our country starts and ends in the states. And now I want to introduce my co-founder and our executive director, Daniel Squadron, and Simone Lero.
Thanks, Adam, and thank you to everyone who's joining us tonight. Welcome to Election Night 2022 with the States Project. I'm Simone Lero, Chief Communications Officer for the States Project.
And I'm Daniel Squadron. We'll be with you tonight to go through what's happening together as results come in. As Simone said, we're excited and we're a little nervous. We know you are too. We don't know what the results will be, but we're excited because this is the States Project's very first Election Night broadcast. As far as we know, the only live election night broadcast focused solely on the critical foundations of our democracy, wait for it, state legislatures.
Daniel, let's break that down. Why are state legislatures in these races tonight so critical to our democracy? I think I've heard that before somewhere.
Well, look, if you care about, things, you care about state legislatures. It's true if you care about protecting individual rights. It's true if you care about improving lives. Over the last decade, take an issue in this country that you care about and think about it. More progress or harm has happened at state legislatures than any other level of government. But they're also critical to simply defend the democracy. State legislatures don't just draw congressional districts, but they do. They don't just pass voting laws or voter suppression laws, though they do. State legislatures may be given in the next 2 years a unique power over the existence of a free and fair presidential election. Most people would be shocked to hear that right now the Supreme Court, as Adam talked about, is hearing a case called Moore v. Harper that might give state legislatures unique power over federal elections and in particular presidential elections and the assignment of electors. You heard that right. State legislatures alone, no governors, no state Supreme Courts, just the legislatures themselves. Today, Republican caucuses, a majority of which have expressed a willingness to subvert the election, control a majority of states, adding up to a majority of the presidential electors across the country, about 310. If the Supreme Court in Moore v. Harper grants them this unique power over federal elections and in particular presidential elections, they could potentially swoop in after an election, nullify the will of the voters, and send the presidential electors from their state wherever they wish. When we talk about the independent state legislature doctrine tonight, when we talk about pro-democracy majorities or defending democracy, that's what we're talking about. And if that description didn't quite land for you, you might have a Google machine that you have access to, type in independent state legislature doctrine, go to the States Project's website, and you can learn a lot more. So it's just 7:06 here on the East Coast.
On the East Coast.
So Simone, where are we in terms of polls? I think they're open in most of our states. Is that right?
That's right, though that will soon change. In just under an hour, polls will be closed in Maine, Michigan, New Hampshire, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. So let's kick things off by walking through what we can expect throughout tonight. Our data team, as I can see them now, are pulling results from across the country in real time. And Daniel and I will be bringing you those numbers during these live updates at the top of each hour. That's 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m., and our final update, 10:45 Eastern Time. Between those live updates, don't worry, we'll have a live state legislative results tracker displayed, and we'll be sharing stories from people in our community, including interviews with candidates, Giving Circle leaders, and in-house experts. Daniel, can you get us started to break down how we're defining success tonight?
Yes, and this is really important because there's a number of different outcomes here that could be a lot better than the worst possible outcome. So in the chambers where we're working to defend power or hold ground, that means that we're working to protect the majorities and governing power we currently hold today, an existing majority that's under threat. In the chambers where we're working to shift power, we're working to end unchecked right-wing control, which could mean winning control of the chamber or tying it. In the chambers where we're working to gain ground, we're aiming to gain seats, but don't necessarily expect to win outright control of the chamber this year. And in some chambers, as Adam talked about, our goal is to give democracy a fighting chance. That means we're aiming to keep the margins close enough that a bipartisan coalition of pro-democracy lawmakers could, if push came to shove, protect the rightful, valid presidential election results in 2024.
And we've set these goals based on many factors, including data, demographic information, and more. We also want to acknowledge that history tells us the party who controls the White House typically does not win the midterms. And we know that the national environment will have a down ballot impact, including on state legislative races. Daniel, let's break down the chambers that we're following tonight and what our goals are for each.
Well, let's first talk about the states where we're defending power, something that can't be taken for granted at the US Senate or US House level, nor in some of these state legislative chambers. In Maine, we're aiming to protect power for lawmakers committed to improving lives and defending our democracy in both of the chambers, the House and the Senate. In the Senate, TSP is working to defend the majority that we helped to flip in 2018 and expand in 2020. We'll need to prevent a net of 5 flipped seats to keep control of the upper chamber. And in the House, we'll need to protect a net of 10 seats. But that's a hard one because those are some of the country's smallest districts. So it's very hard to know what's going to happen until the results roll in. And Maine has been a tricky state for Democrats in recent years. President Biden won by just single digits a couple of years ago. The right wing has continued to make inroads in Maine's more rural areas, as we know it has across the country. Maintaining control of one or both chambers is possible, and in a bad night, we would see the right wing take control in both, which would give unified legislative control to majorities that have an overwhelming majority of folks that are willing to subvert democracy based on what they've signaled. Now let's move to Nevada. Nevada, again, both chambers are on the line. Assembly and Senate, both in pro-democracy majorities today. We're aiming to protect power across both of them. Half of all the senators in Nevada are up for election this year. It's staggered, as the US Senate is as well, 2 groups rather than 3. We're working to defend the existing 2-seat pro-democracy majority in the Senate. In the Assembly, every member is up, and we're looking to prevent more than 5 flips in that chamber. Look, we know that the political winds have been blowing against Democrats in Nevada in recent weeks. Well, we know that if you believe the polls. But a strong legislative campaign effort, and it's been great to see, along with positive district lines, could protect one or both of these chambers, even if things go poorly further up the ticket. This is a place to watch. If these legislative majorities are in trouble, it's probably a sign that the night in general is not in great shape at all. Now let's move on to Minnesota. Minnesota is one of just 3 split legislatures in the country today. The Minnesota House has a pro-democracy majority, and the Senate is 3 seats away from it, currently controlled by an anti-democracy majority. Now look, this state, Minnesota, is the right wing's best chance for a new unified legislative majority. That would have a dramatic impact, and let's be very clear, in a state that was won by Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, it would put the presidential electors at risk, not because the people of Minnesota might vote in a different way, though you never know, but even if they voted the same way for a Democrat, unified Republican legislative control in those chambers could signal a willingness to subvert the democracy under new powers granted to the legislature by the Supreme Court.
Thanks, Daniel. So now we're shifting to Michigan. When it comes to shifting power for the better, all eyes are on the Michigan Senate. Republicans currently hold a 3-seat majority in the upper chamber. We are working to flip 3 seats to achieve a tie and shift the tie-breaking vote to the lieutenant governor. Buoyed by a strong campaign by Governor Gretchen Whitmer at the top of the ticket and now running on fairer maps drawn by an independent commission, Democrats have a plausible path to pick up seats, with an outside chance of pulling an inside straight to get all the way to an evenly split chamber. Next up, the Arizona Senate. It's the chamber where we have the best chance of coming very close. The right wing currently holds a slim 1-seat majority in the upper chamber. Despite the close margin, we're working to give democracy a fighting chance in an environment that will be extremely tough. Flipping a single seat might not seem like a tall order, but while achieving a tied chamber is still an outside possibility, it's more likely that on a tough night, where holding as much ground as possible becomes the name of the game. And remember, this 1-seat margin was enough to prevent House Speaker Rusty Bowers from overturning rightful election results and handing then President Donald Trump electoral votes that he did not win in 2020. So again, we're laser focused on keeping those margins as close as we can.
So in Pennsylvania, we're looking to make up ground. We're looking to close the gap. Today in the House, Republicans hold a 12-seat majority. We're working to cut into that margin as much as possible, making it easier to finish the job in 2024. Pennsylvania, New Hampshire are among the only states in which whoever's elected any year take office before the turn of the year in early December. That means that whoever's elected into the majority in Pennsylvania in 2024 will take office before that state sends its presidential electors to Congress. That gives us 2 bites at the apple to protect the free and fair presidential election results in Pennsylvania. So we are hoping to pick up seats this cycle for a stronger foundation heading into 2024. We have Fairer Maps, a very, very strong campaign from Josh Shapiro running for governor at the top of the ticket, and 12 seats to make up. Very unlikely that that entire distance was made up this year, but it's okay because we can head back in 2024 in Pennsylvania. And now in Nebraska, North Carolina, and Wisconsin, we're watching to see whether or not right-wing supermajorities that would have far-reaching consequences can be won. So in that case, we are defending against supermajorities for the far right wing. Then in the cases of North Carolina and Wisconsin, if Tony Evers wins re-election, would undermine the power of the governor enormously on reproductive health, on holding polluters accountable, on being able to use tools to reduce cost of living for folks. In Nebraska, the supermajority is an important part of how they legislate in their unicameral one-chamber legislature, and that's what we'll be focused on there.
Thank you. So Daniel, with all of that information, the question everyone wants to know, what's going to happen tonight?
We don't know. Just wanted to give people a chance to close the window, sign off.
Why don't we know? When will we know?
Well, we'll know as the polls close and votes start getting counted as we get more dependable turnout numbers as well. The reason we don't know, and we're not going to sit here and try to play pundit, is tiny shifts could have outsized impact on just what kind of wave night it is. You know, 1% or 2% of folks being persuaded to vote one way or the other in a legislative district or in the national environment, a couple of points of relative turnout increase by Republicans on election day, where they did really well relative to early vote in 2020, or by Democrats on election day in this world in which the pandemic is not driving behavior as much as it was that year, will be the difference between a close night and a really big sort of wave year. So we know that a lot of the fundamental wins are tough, as you said earlier. We know that these folks have run the best campaigns we've ever seen at the state legislative level. And we know enough not to, a couple of hours before there are real facts, sit here and try to make up the future.
And we know one more thing, which is that these races will come down to a mere hundreds of votes in some case, chamber control equally as slim potentially. So that means keep tuning in. We hope this insight is helpful to kick off the night and good context for those of you watching at home. We will be back at 8 p.m. Eastern Time for another live update as polls will be closing in Maine, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. But now let's take a look back at how the States Project came to be and mark the community that has powered our work in the States. Talk to you soon.
Thanks for joining the States Project for Election Night 2022.
I'm Melissa Walker, and I work with Giving Circles on the States Project. I'm a children's book author, but in December of 2016, I attended a holiday party where I heard then New York State Senator Daniel Squadron speak. And what I learned blew my mind. Everything that I was worried about and everything that my family and friends were worried about, from education funding to environmental policy to healthcare to civil rights, the very core of our democracy, voting rights, all of these things were being decided in state capitals, not in Washington, D.C. I found out that it is often cheaper to change the balance of power in a state chamber than it is to win a single competitive congressional seat. Take that in for a second. I am not someone who can hand giant checks to politicians, but I am someone who can gather my network and little by little raise an impactful fundraising total that can change the balance of power in a state. And so are you. Giving Circles start with one person who asks another person to join a team with them and do this States Project. Their work is focused on the majority makers. Those are the people that are going to change the balance of power in a state capital. And when you change the balance of power to elect people who are focused on improving lives, that's when policies change. In Maine in 2018, I worked with 2 Giving Circles who focused on trying to change the balance of power in the state Senate. It happened, it changed. And in Augusta, the next year, lawmakers raised teacher pay. expanded environmental protections, expanded healthcare for women, and lowered the cost of prescription drugs. Those giving circles were connected to those policy changes and to the lives of millions of Mainers that were improved because of the new majority there. When you form a giving circle and start to bring in your friends, your family, your networks, you start to understand that we all have this power to engage our communities and create real change.
When we first started this work in 2017, I really don't think any of us could have predicted the force that the States Project would become. I think back to the early days of the Trump presidency and remember what it felt like when all of our worst fears were realized. And I also remember the feeling when thousands of people across this country knew they had to do something to protect our future, because I was one of them. In those days when so many people were becoming politically activated, we started the States Project, hoping to shine the biggest possible spotlight on a specific area of government that often flew below the radar. And here we are today. The national media is starting to pay attention to what we've been saying for years, that state legislative elections deserve attention, focus, and investment. But our investment of nearly $60 million into states this cycle would never have happened without so many people taking the work of the States Project and making it a critical part of their own activism. And I think in the end, that's what impact truly looks like, helping people build the power to create the change they want to see on a personal level, in their communities, and yes, at the state level. This work has really brought home our interconnectedness as a country. Yes, we live in different states with different cultures, but in the end, what happens in one state can affect the people who live somewhere else. An abortion ban passed by Mississippi state lawmakers now means that reproductive health care is under attack for millions of Americans around the country. A gun could be purchased in a state without common sense background checks and be moved across state lines to cause irreparable harm. And a North Carolina redistricting case could end up giving state legislatures ultimate control over our elections. And if right-wing state majorities in a few states decide to help steal the presidency in 2024, then none of our votes for president matter. I'm so proud to be part of a community that understands that if we truly want to build a healthy, prosperous, and sustainable future for all, we can't wait on anybody else to do it for us, and we can't leave anybody behind. I think there's power in that knowledge, and that, along with unwavering focus on state legislatures, is what has brought us to this moment where the States Project is ready to take on an existential threat to our country. So thank you.
Thank you for that incredible look back at all that we've accomplished in the last 5 years, Mimi. Now, I want to celebrate a special group of people who helped us get here. My name is Melissa Walker, and I'm head of Giving Circles at the States Project. For anyone who needs a primer, our Giving Circles are grassroots groups of everyday people who learned how foundational state legislatures are to our democracy and recognize that states are where we can create real, meaningful change. And they raise their hands to take action. Our Giving Circle leaders are teachers who joined us after watching right-wing state lawmakers fail to fund public schools. They're parents whose hearts shattered after learning about the school shooting in Uvalde and then committed themselves to supporting state lawmakers who will protect our kids. They're healthcare workers who, when Roe fell, knew state lawmakers would decide if they could or could not provide their patients with the safest, most compassionate care. They're everyday people, people who may not be able to afford sending giant checks to politicians, who are harnessing the might of collective grassroots giving to impact the power centers that shape every issue that we care about, state legislatures. Tonight, I have the honor of saying thank you to more than 300 Giving Circles who powered our work this cycle. Thank you for raising your hands, organizing your friends and families, and pooling resources to make change. Thank you for proving that collectively we can have a greater impact than I ever imagined. Thank you for being partners in the fight for our freedoms and our democracy. This has not been an easy year. I know I don't need to name all the heavy headlines that have defined 2022 so far. I can say that personally, there have been moments where I felt like the grief and fear and uncertainty were going to overwhelm me. But then I'd get an email from a Giving Circle leader inviting me to speak at a meeting with their members. Or I'd see a notification that another new circle had formed. And suddenly, everything felt a little less hard. That's what Giving Circles are to me. Their inspiration, their motivation, their community, and their hope. So no matter what happens tonight, I know two things for certain. First, the challenges our nation is facing will not disappear. The work we're doing together requires us to show up again and again, cycle after cycle. Regardless of the results, our work continues tomorrow. And second, I know that this community, this powerful, resilient, and persistent group of Giving Circles is up for the challenge. And I could not be more grateful to be alongside you in this fight.
Change begins with you.
You all, the critical work that you are doing with the States Project, I just cannot say enough of how vital it is. You have long recognized what others are really just starting to see, that state legislatures are ground zero for some of the most important work to protect and expand reproductive freedom, voting rights, address climate change, get common sense gun legislation. All of these things are right there at the state level.
And Giving Circles begin with you.
I was originally approached to join a Giving Circle by my friend from high school. A few weeks later, we had two new leaders join us. And a few weeks later, one of those new leaders had a third new leader join as well.
You recognize why Giving Circles were so important.
I heard about the States Project and learned about Giving Circles the week after the mass shooting in Texas. I listened to a podcast where Melissa Walker was a guest and learned about the States Project and about Giving Circles. And that podcast really gave me some hope.
Then you reached out to the people you know and love who felt the same way.
I made a list of everyone I knew, from my family and friends to coworkers and former classmates.
You told them why you were getting involved, and together you started your circle.
We reminded each other why we each felt the States Project was the best place to fight for the things that we cared about. We had each carefully come to the decision to invest our time and energy into States Project.
You all got together, both in person and virtually, to make those connections stronger.
It fosters a sense of activism. It makes people feel like, for people who want to participate, it makes them feel like they're doing more than just giving money. It helps people feel so great about learning about these states and then going out and also sharing that information with the world.
And you got to work.
People really started to get engaged. We had some really fruitful debate. Definitely an opportunity to build community with your Giving Circle, expand it, generate excitement, and kind of show people that it can be a real learning opportunity.
When you did this, you improved lives. You connected with others who share the belief that when you team up together, you can make a difference.
This was one small thing I could do to turn my feelings of despair into action.
We were really able to create a really nice sense of community.
Sometimes it seems a little bit hard, sometimes it seems overwhelming, but it's totally worth it.
Every one of you has been a critical piece of a larger movement to get the majority makers who will improve lives elected. By giving the States Project your time, energy, and financial support, you helped us move the needle in battleground states where critical consequences are on the line. And for your work, we say thank you.
I am a first-time candidate, so to even know that groups like this exist and Giving Circles and people like you all are supporting people like me who didn't think they would necessarily be here in this position this year, thank you sincerely. Gracias por todo.
In 2018, Aaron Kleinman, our Director of Research, co-created GiveSmart alongside Sean McElwee of Data for Progress.
We saw just so many state legislative candidates that needed more resources to really get their message out.
They leveraged a combination of district-level modeling, electoral and demographic information, and the latest on-the-ground intelligence about campaigns to find the state legislative races where donations go the furthest in any given moment.
I consider myself fairly informed, but I don't know anything about other states and certainly not about local politics really, in those states. So it's nice to know somebody's done the research and, they think the money will go further, which makes sense.
GiveSmart donors have sent more than 20,000 donations to the races where it mattered the most.
Candidates love it. I remember one was like, because of you, we were able to hire an additional canvasser, and on their turf on election night, we ended up doing way better than we expected. We ended up winning the election by 2%, And it's just those stories keep adding up.
And 100% of donations went direct to candidates.
I want a better future for my son.
I think the work that I do and the donations that you sent really will, help build that country for him.
We know politics are exhausting, but this is not the moment to be complacent or to stop paying attention. Because no matter where you sit in this country, there is someone not too far from you whose rights are being eroded. And while many look to Washington, D.C. for solutions, the radical right wing is focused on building power in the states to inflict fear and isolation. A new Arizona state law removes 250,000 voters from the permanent early voting list in a state where 80% of the population votes by mail. Right now, state laws in Mississippi and Texas attacking choice are being considered by Supreme Court that may dismantle the federally protected right to an abortion. If this happens, it will immediately trigger anti-abortion laws in 11 states. In every state where the right has governing power, our very humanity is being carved away through legislation. We cannot wait on a deadlock Congress to fix broken state policies. To build a country where every human being has value, we must act now in the states.
At the States Project, our electoral work is laser focused on state legislative governing power.
We're the last line here. We've got to hold this line because we're that close to just turning into a state that doesn't value people, doesn't value education, doesn't value freedom. I say that because I am just so very thankful that the States Project has decided to invest in Nevada. It means so much to us.
In 2018, the States Project helped to flip the Maine State Senate. And in 2020, we were able to help expand that majority in the Senate. This is truly a majority that is committed to improving the lives of every single person in Maine. Increasing education funding, lowering the cost of prescription drugs, expanding healthcare access, banning conversion therapy, passing paid leave, creating a climate action plan, expanding voting rights, and more.
In 2018, the States Project helped to break the Republican supermajority in North Carolina. Republican state lawmakers in North Carolina are some of the most extreme lawmakers in the country. If anyone thinks that's just a phrase and you don't believe me, I'll give you an example. They literally introduced a bill that women who get abortions should be subject to the death penalty. You don't get more extreme than that.
We are committed to spending dollars in the most effective way.
Hard side political spending with candidates and the caucus to help them build from the ground up, creating right-sized budgets, sustainable best practices, infrastructure that both build for the future and ensure that dollars are spent dynamically in the most effective ways right now.
Here's what that work looks like in practice.
It just means a lot that the States Project has made sure that they're making this investment here and is in a partner into what we're doing, because it is going to be a really big factor in whether or not our candidates can make the push for the mail push, for ballot chasing, for digital resources that many of them haven't seen, but have made them still competitive even without them, but is only going to make sure that we can win as many seats as possible to hold this.
With our teams and with your support, are able to knock on thousands of doors a week. We had more than 50,000 doors knocked in July alone.
Because of your early investment in my campaign, we've been able to knock on 100,000 doors to date. 100,000 doors to date.
For about 30 years, I've been active in Nebraska Democratic politics, and I can tell you this is the most excitement we've had on the ground in probably 20 years, the most possibility of success and growth going forward. And part of that, huge part of that, is the interest of the States Project
We work in the states where our analysis shows our intervention could make the biggest difference, and we concentrate on the districts that can shift power on the issues that matter most.
There's a lot here at stake. This district is literally split 50-50 and almost a third. So a third Democrats, a third Independents, third Republicans. So the stakes cannot be higher. There's no pathway to flipping the legislature without LD9 because of these 2 open seats. And so it is imperative that we get this help, and you all are doing that. So please know that every single day, whatever you do, it's not too little. You are doing your part, and you are really, really helping us here in the state of Arizona. And I am super optimistic.
The policy outcomes that come from that end up being some of the most impactful policy work that's happening around the country. And it's only possible if we hold on to our gains and build on them.
I can't say enough about the value of the Partnership for the States project. We worked in so many ways to modernize this campaign, to use data to guide us, to use data to inform and build the structure of our campaign.
And we activate people, communities, and dollars that would not otherwise focus on state legislative races.
I would be remiss if I wouldn't say that a lot of this effort has been in large part because of our partnership with the States Project at an early rate and an early stage of the campaign.
I salute you for recognizing that this is such an important front to the fight. In this very fraught moment in our history, we are shaping the future right now with the actions that we take.
We are lighting a path. We are leaving the porch light on for strategic giving.
We really cannot accomplish this work without projects like the Giving Circle and the States Project.
Hello all, this is Politics Girl here, and I just wanted to personally thank you for taking the time to start a Giving Circle with the States Project. Your care and attention to the importance of democracy couldn't come at a more important time. And I know that it's easier to sometimes just give to the big name politicians and feel like you did your part, but you're really doing the work to shift the balance of power at its foundations in the state capitals. And it might not be the most glamorous races, but honestly, what you're working on and encouraging others to work on might just be the difference between saving our democracy and sliding into something that is truly terrifying. We see what's happening around the country, how extreme the Republicans have become. The threat to our way of life is actually very real. America's at a crossroads. One path is dark and dangerous and requires our submission, and the other is a lot of work. But it comes with fairness and justice and hope. And you are the source of so much of that hope. Passionate American citizens willing to put in the work to shift key states and state legislatures and stop the Republicans' radical anti-democratic agenda at its roots. Thank you for caring enough about democracy to do this. The States Project and I am so grateful and so proud of all of you. Keep up the great work. Grow your groups. Encourage people to join and know that you are truly, truly making a difference. You're very cool. Thank you so much. Mwah!
It's Busy Phillips. Welcome back to the States Project election night coverage. Listen, the work that the States Project does is so vital. The state and local elections have such a huge impact on the policies that we make. And I think we know now more than ever, we gotta pay attention to all of these elections. And so I thank you for showing up. I love what the States Project does and the focus that it puts on these local and state elections and making sure that the people that are, getting into these positions are really representative of their constituents. I think for far too long, there's been sort of a passive disinterest in state and local elections, and that's why a lot of midterm elections had very low turnout. But we now know, these are where a lot of decisions about how our cities and states are run are made, and then it really impacts us on a national level. We see it in how districts have been gerrymandered. We see it in how, some of these abortion bans and trans youth bans have been put in place. It starts small. So, guys, here we are. Thank you all for showing up. Thank you all for participating and being a part of the States Project. I'm gonna throw it back for another live update, and I'll see you soon. Bye.
You're watching Election Night 2022 with the States Project. Let's take a look at the latest results from the states. Welcome to Election Night 2022 with the States Project. Stand by for a live update from our team, because everything we care about starts in the States.
Hello, and thank you for spending Election Night 2022 with the States Project. My name is Jay Smith Cameron, and I'm so grateful to be a part of this community tonight. I decided to co-lead my own giving circle with the States Project after I met Melissa Walker. I saw so many parallels between her story and my story. I considered myself a politically aware, involved citizen, but I didn't know who went to my state capitol for me. I knew that the anti-voter policies I saw in the headlines were just a facet of an orchestrated attack on our democracy, but I didn't realize state lawmakers whose names I'd never heard of were the ones leading that attack. The States Project is who equipped me with the tools and the knowledge I needed to change that. They lit a path to action. They connected me to a grassroots network of people turned activists who, just like me, have come to understand that the threats we're facing as a nation must be addressed at the root in state legislatures. We are here tonight to understand the results of the most critical races in the country. But I want to emphasize that no matter what happens tonight, this community should be so proud for showing up and for choosing strategic action. And we got to keep going. We're in the middle of a battle that will not be won or lost in a single night or a single election cycle. Tending to our democracy requires consistent, continual commitment. Thank you for doing this work. And now I'll send it over to Daniel and Simone for the latest live update from the States.
Thank you, Jay. Not only for choosing to invest your time and energy into this work as a Giving Circle leader, but also for using your platform to amplify why states matter. And welcome back to those of you watching from home. I'm Simone Lero, our Chief Communications Officer at the States Project.
I'm Daniel Squadron. It's now just past 8 o'clock on the East Coast. Every hour seems to come just about every 60 minutes. That means polls are closing or just have closed in Maine, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. They closed about half an hour ago in New Hampshire and North Carolina. Simone, I believe you have a particular interest in North Carolina.
Those who know me well certainly know I have a particular interest in North Carolina. I'm a proud North Carolinian, and I'll be watching very closely.
So it's appropriate to ask you, what results do we have right now in North Carolina or the other 49?
Yes, thank you for that. The results that we have, our polls are closed in North Carolina and a select few of other states as of 3 minutes ago. Daniel, in terms of the results that are in, that's about all we know. What do you know?
Not much. It's going to be fun all evening. Stay with us. We can not much all night long. I would say perhaps we're maybe just being more honest than some of the other broadcasts out there. But one reason we don't know much is actually pretty specific. We know that sort of early vote by mail changed a whole lot during the pandemic. The number of people who had the ability to vote early or vote by mail changed significantly. It's changed again in a number of states this year. Also, who was choosing to do it. Donald Trump and the Republicans created sort of a partisan identification with different types of voting. That was new and different. And so we are living with that reality today to some extent. So if you were to look at the proportion by party of folks who voted early in 2018 compared to 2022, who knows what that means? If you were to look at the composition per party of who voted early in 2020 versus 2022, who knows what that means? The truth is, we don't really know, no one does, how different voters of different ideologies, different party preferences are turning out this year on the different types of voting. And so as a result, even those early vote turnout numbers can be read any which way. And if you're on social media, you know they have been. We also know, and I was just seeing this on some of the social media feeds, Wisconsin is certainly suggesting a really exciting surge in youth vote, in voters who are women and voters who Black voters. And so we know that. We also know in a state that where the legislature is not competitive, Florida, it is not looking like Florida is an increasingly competitive state. It's looking like less so. So we know those sort of larger things, but the conclusion from them, it's just too early to draw.
Great. Thank you, Daniel. So tonight we're going to dive into a few of the key states and districts. If you're wondering when we might have more results to share, our research team has done the legwork for us to figure that out. Of the polls that are closed, we do expect to see results from Maine, New Hampshire, North Carolina, but those results may not be complete until very early Wednesday morning or even later on in the week. If you're just as anxious about seeing the results as we are, try to remember that this is democracy at work. It takes time to count every ballot and ensure that every voter's voice is heard.
Important to emphasize, because we know that anything gets used nowadays to try to destabilize or reduce faith in the election system. It is totally normal for election results to take days before they're full and final. It's totally normal to require a recount. It's normal to have the early vote and the election day vote be different for some of the reasons I just talked about. So we are monitoring precinct returns in the key states we're watching tonight. Simone talked about some of the ones that we expect earlier results this evening. There's also some states like Nevada, where I think polls don't even close until quite late on the East Coast. And we also do know that whatever's happening in the national environment, that famous statewide elected official you've heard of running for US Senate or a governor won't necessarily track state legislative results exactly. Two things are true at once. The national environment has a big impact on the election results in just about every district, and at the same time, different races at different levels of the ballot sort of move in different ways. So for example, in Arizona in 2020, the state Senate candidates underperformed Biden by 3 points on average in the contested races. In Michigan, 2020, House candidates underperformed Biden 2 points on average in contested races. So similar underperformance in Pennsylvania as well. So in our states, state legislative results may vary and may run behind what's happening at the federal level or in gubernatorial races. Part of our job at the States Project is for that not to be true, is for these campaigns to have the resources to be well enough known, to get out there and communicate their message, which we know when they do that, when our candidates meet voters, communicate their message, connect to the reasons they want to be in office, which are overwhelmingly because of something happening in the district where they want to improve lives, they do better. That is the challenge of these state legislative races. Simone, what are some of the key ones we're watching?
Thanks, Daniel. So in the Michigan Senate, we're watching SD4, Darren Camilleri, a tenacious door knocker with deep roots in the community. He was an overperforming candidate when he flipped his Michigan House seat in 2016. And now we're watching to see if he can flip this critical seat in the Michigan Senate too. And to tie the balance of power in the Michigan Senate, which we know would be enough governing power for lawmakers who support democracy, we will likely need to flip or win two of the following three races. First up, Kristen McDonald-Rivet in SD35, David LeGrand, SD30, and Veronica Kleinfeld, SD11. TSP supported Veronica Kleinfeld, and one of the quotes that stood out to us this year in the New York Times front page story about how critical state legislatures are in their role to protect the democracy. And she said, no one's going to care or remember who Veronica Kleinfeld is 20 years from now, but what they will remember is what happened during this time. And so if I fail, and because of that, we do not have protection in the legislature, that's something I will carry with me for the rest of my life. She was talking about that attempt to steal the democracy, and she is running to stand up to that and to ensure that the will of the voters will prevail. So that takes us through Michigan. And in Arizona, where you may have already known, 1 in 3 classrooms do not have a full-time teacher. Clearly, education is a top issue. And as a result, we've seen several incredible teachers step up to run for the state legislative seats. And as we know, this is going to be a razor-thin margin. One teacher I will highlight is Christine Marsh in LD4. She's an English teacher who spent almost 30 years in the classroom, and her former students were core volunteers during her campaign. And Senator Marsh says that she realized she had to take action and make change to fix Arizona's failing public education system when a student asked her, "Are Arizona kids worth less than kids in other states?" Because Arizona's students are funded so far behind the national average in per student funding. She ran to ensure all Arizona kids have the opportunities that they deserve. And when we talk about razor-thin margins, no one knows this better than Senator Marsh. She lost her seat by 267 votes in 2018 and flipped it in 2020 by 497 votes. This will likely be, again, one of the closest races in the state this year. But that's not the only seat to watch. Other seats are Cindy Hans in LD13, Eva Birch in LD9, and Dr. Eva Diaz in LD22. In this district, there's a particularly wild story, Daniel. Dr. Diaz has represented and served families in her community as a principal, as a teacher, and a member of her town zoning commission. But her campaign is pretty new. And that's because in August, Democrats nominated State Rep Diego Espinoza to serve as their next state senator. Republicans didn't nominate anyone at all. But 1 month after the primary, Espinoza quit the race to take a lobbying job. Because of the state elections laws, Espinoza's name is still on the ballot, but every vote that is cast for him will be void. And Republicans and Democrats have to wager a write-in campaign and try to win this seat. So what was a safe Democratic seat is now on the table because of this last-minute, very chaotic moment in the legislature. And in Nevada, one of the critical states to defend the majorities that are working to improve lives, that would work to protect democracy, is Sandra Jaraguay in AD 41. Shortly after Assemblywoman Jaraguay was first elected to serve at District 41, she attended the Route 91 Harvest Festival in Las Vegas, where a gunman opened fire, killing nearly 60 people and wounding more than 400. And in 2019, because of her leadership in the legislature, she was able to pass common sense background checks on gun sales. That is improving lives. Daniel, where else are we looking tonight?
Thank you, Simone. And those are a lot of inspiring candidates. Let's go up to Maine, where there are, within the state, what an incredible country we live in, the diversity between states and within states. In Maine, there are 2 in the Senate I want to point out. SD1, all the way in the northern part of the state, Aroostook County, Senate President Troy Jackson, a logger, is fighting to hold on to his seat in a tough district, the kind of district that we've seen around the country get tougher and tougher. Because of his long history representing exactly what the folks in that district need. And in SD 14, Craig Hickman is an organic farmer and a small business owner. He's the first openly gay Black lawmaker elected to the Maine legislature in a special election that the States Project was really honored to be supportive of. Those seats are going to be critical for holding governing power in Maine for a majority that's done a lot of good for the people of Maine. And the House, these districts, I said before, are tiny. Maine House districts, New Hampshire House districts are tiny. There's a whole panoply of interesting and exciting candidates in the Maine House, but I don't think we have 3 hours. So let's go to Minnesota instead. In Minnesota, a majority of whom have said they would subvert the election, control the Minnesota Senate. And the House, which is currently controlled by a pro-democracy majority, is probably the chamber in the country that is most threatened today. So in the House in 48B, like Bonanza, is Lucy Ream. She's a 4th-generation Minnesotan. She's a former educator, a representative in the city council today. That's going to be a really important district. And then another one to watch is 34B, Representative Kristen Bonner. Again, that's B like Bonner. She's running for re-election. She's really a great lawmaker. I've had the chance to meet her, and we will see how those two races go today. Let's move on to Pennsylvania, the Keystone State. Key race to watch there is House District 30, Dr. Arvind Venkat. He's an ER physician. He would be the only physician to serve in the Pennsylvania legislature. He has an incredibly compelling story, and he won our States Project door knocking challenge. So here's how politics should work. We say to candidates, get off the phone, stop calling people for money, go get on the doors. You're going to be working for your constituents, not your donors. Go knock on doors. Whichever candidates knock on the most doors every month will get big contributions from the States Project, thanks to our grassroots donor network. Well, he won our door knocking challenge, personally knocking on nearly 25,000 doors, or 25,000 attempts. It's a couple fewer doors since July. That number is unbelievable. I'm going to be watching, as a former door knocker when I ran for the New York State Senate, whether that mind-boggling number of doors leads to the kind of overperformance we would expect.
Some incredible stories and candidates out there. These inspirational stories are important and exciting, but they're also some of the most critical seats that will decide chamber control, which we know is what matters most at the end of the day. And a great reminder that state legislative races deserve equal attention, focus, and investment. And that's why we're here tonight. That's why no matter what the results say tonight, we'll pick this work right back up tomorrow and keep at it. Now let's take a closer look at what's at stake in the states. We'll see you at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, just after polls in Arizona, Colorado, Minnesota, Nebraska, Nevada, and Wisconsin have closed, for another live update. See you at 9 p.m. Eastern.
Thanks for joining the States Project for Election Night 2022.
This year, unchecked right-wing control of state legislatures dealt a devastating blow to Americans' reproductive freedom. An abortion ban proposed by right-wing state lawmakers in Mississippi became the center of a Supreme Court case that would eventually lead to the overturning of Roe v. Wade. Our community at the States Project worked tirelessly to educate the public about why the fight to protect our fundamental personal freedoms will now be won or lost based on who holds majorities in state legislatures.
I guess it was 2018 when Brett Kavanaugh was confirmed. I remember my husband coming home from work. I said to him, I need you to watch the kids all weekend. I need to go out and find more people to do giving circles, because this is about to get thrown to the states for real. It's already been in the hands of the states, really, but it's about to officially be in the hands of state legislative majorities. And that is getting lost. And I went out and I think we got 7 new giving circles that weekend, which was at that point incredible because we had 20 total. So it really was a galvanizing moment. And that was over 2 years ago, but we knew this was coming. And the people who've been doing giving circles for that long have known. I'm very appreciative of the folks who tune into state power when this comes up, because that is our final line of defense. And it's where the fight is.
We are very concerned in Michigan. We have an antiquated law from 1931 that criminalizes abortion that never was overturned, never was repealed. So if Roe v. Wade is overturned this year, we will actually go back to this law, which isn't being enforced currently, but it is still on the books. If Roe v. Wade is overturned, I just want to reiterate, we will have one of the most restrictive laws in the entire country.
If you care about the Supreme Court, you should care about state legislatures, because the Supreme Court doesn't write laws. They rule on laws that are coming out of state legislatures. Right. So when we look at something like Roe, which may fall this spring because of a Mississippi law, we have to understand that state legislatures are deciding whether women have a right to choose. And they've been deciding it for a very long time.
This moment is a moment for us all to really open our eyes to that and know that what decides whether women have full health care in this country is who is in charge of their state government. When the news talks about things like the abortion ban passing in Texas, people think like, oh, Ted Cruz. And it's like, this has nothing to do with Ted Cruz. These are lawmakers in Austin whose names we don't know, who are in the majority, who are making these decisions. And that is true state by state by state.
The loss of Roe would be devastating in Pennsylvania. If the Supreme Court strikes down Roe versus Wade and we have a Republican majority in Harrisburg, there is no doubt in my mind that they will move very quickly to outlaw an abortion and will quite frankly lead to putting more women at risk and in danger. We're at a real inflection point in this country when it comes to reproductive health care access for women. And I am fairly confident if Roe is stricken down, Pennsylvania potentially could become one of the most conservative states in the country as it relates to abortion access.
I'm an ER doc. I've delivered babies. I've told women they've lost their pregnancies. And I've even treated a woman who had a back alley abortion and nearly died in my care. She didn't speak English, almost certainly did not know that we protected or did protect abortion rights in the United States. And she had gotten terrible care and showed up in my emergency department on death's door. And that has stuck with me since that time. The main reason that I am running is to make healthcare more affordable and accessible. I never in my wildest dreams when I was going through training thought that we would live in a country where abortion rights were threatened. But it is now, part and parcel of what I am running on to make sure that women in Pennsylvania continue to have reproductive health care and liberty, including abortion rights. And my seat will be one of the ones that determines whether that's the case come January 2023 or not. It's really that simple.
And now, let's meet some of the Giving Circle leaders who powered our work to protect choice in the states.
Hi, my name is Natsumi, and I'm working with the States Project to protect abortion access.
I'm Marissa, and I lead a Giving Circle with the States Project.
My name is Ariel.
I'm Naomi, and we co-lead
a Giving
Circle with the States Project.
Hi, I'm Barb, and I co-lead a Giving Circle with the States Project.
Hi, I'm Dana. I lead a Giving Circle called Dollars for Democracy.
On June 24th, 2022, Roe fell.
It felt like a slap in the face. It felt like, on a national scale, it was like being officially recognized that women are actually second-class citizens.
This has been sort of a step-by-step process, the eroding of women's rights, and we watched it for a while, most recently when various Supreme Court justices were nominated and confirmed.
When Roe v. Wade was overturned, I actually had just had my second child just a couple months earlier, and so it was really on my mind what it was like to have a planned pregnancy that was fortunately uncomplicated. I find it really worrying that even what healthcare providers might think of as routine standard healthcare is really up to people who have no idea what that's for.
I just found myself like ruminating, especially after Roe versus Wade was overturned. And I decided that I just can't sit here and like just voting isn't enough anymore at this point. I needed to do something to get more actively involved with the cause.
The feeling we had is that we have to go further. We have to address the source. Emotionally vested voting and funding clauses here and there are not enough.
I need to get out there and do something because a lot of people aren't doing anything and, you know, just going on with their day-to-day life.
I think one story that really stood out for me was being at a wedding where 3 girlfriends came up to me and they were like, can you believe our daughters are going to grow up in the United States with fewer rights than we had? And I'm like, well, can I tell you about the States Project?
In response to the fall of Roe, more than 400 people signed up to learn more about our work, and more than 100 formed active giving circles.
Even before Dobbs, we were becoming increasingly aware of the fact that things have been happening at the state level, that for a long time in many states, the far right has been chipping away at a whole slew of rights. I think I looked at the States Project as if this is ground zero. This is where we have to place our focus.
For the first time, I really understood in very concrete terms how this was an issue that was now going to be decided state to state.
There's never an end to action.
Joy deserves space too. So even with all of the horrible things that were going on, that we shouldn't allow that to steal our joy from us.
Thank you for choosing action over despair.
Just 2 weeks ago, I gave a talk where I said we are within 100 days of a doctor or a woman who's a patient being imprisoned or fined for providing or seeking an abortion. We're now within 30 days of that. We are just as dramatically today, within 2.5 years, of an attempt to undermine the presidential election. If state legislatures have an absolute power over presidential elections, then who controls state legislatures in swing states is the only factor in determining the outcome of the election.
We need more people to clearly see and understand this fundamental truth. Defending our democracy starts in the states. In 2020, we saw a clear attempt to steal an election through state legislatures. We now know that this was a dress rehearsal. It's easy to miss if you're not paying attention, but we're witnessing a well-executed strategy to dismantle our democracy. Arizona, Texas, voter suppression is now law in these swing states, introduced and enacted by right-wing state legislative majorities. These lawmakers want to choose who can vote and even give themselves the ability to ignore the popular vote. With tools like gerrymandering, they can carve districts that ensure that representatives choose their voters instead of voters choosing their representatives. With the power they now have, in 2024, right-wing majorities in the states could attempt to hand-select the next president of the United States. The path to destroy our democracy runs directly through state legislatures. Building governing power for state lawmakers who will protect our democracy is the only way to prevent the election from being stolen in 2024.
You're here tonight because you understand that American democracy is in danger, and the biggest threat we face is unchecked right-wing control of state legislatures. Together, we've helped more people than ever before understand what's at stake and where we must focus our attention, our activism, and our dollars if we want to protect our voices and our votes.
Prior to the 2020 presidential election, the States Project recognized that Trump was attempting to cling to power and steal the presidency, and that his plan hinged on key state legislatures controlled by right-wing majorities. We knew that the States Project was uniquely positioned to stop these attacks where they are happening, in state legislatures. We've been raising the alarm about the independent state legislature doctrine, the fringe constitutional theory that state legislative majorities could ignore the will of their voters and steal the election for the candidate they choose ever since. The Supreme Court could validate this theory next year when they rule on Moore v. Harper, a controversial case from North Carolina. We've worked to help others who care about this country understand where we had to concentrate our attention, activism, and dollars in order to defend our democracy. And ahead of these elections, we laid out exactly how high the stakes are in the states.
There's a reason why we keep talking about it, because it's such an important issue. And it also relates kind of at a broader level to the idea that a lot of these right-wing state legislatures are restricting people's freedoms more broadly, not just the freedom to choose, but also the freedom to choose their own president, because there are so many state lawmakers in really swing states that are on the right-wing side that are willing to ignore the will of the voters and that might want to choose electors contravening the will of the people of their state. And it really kind of plays into kind of the broader message of a right-wing legislature is a threat to your freedoms.
And so many people, including our grassroots Giving Circles community, answered the call. More than 200 circles made up of everyday people, friends, families, and neighbors, pooled their dollars to help shift or defend power in key state legislatures. Support that gives us a shot at blocking right-wing extremist state lawmakers from ignoring their own voters. And together, we made an unprecedented investment to defend our democracy where it's being attacked. In the states. I'm Sarah, I work for the States Project, and here's what you need to know about Moore v. Harper, the Supreme Court case that could end American democracy as we know it. What if I told you the Supreme Court could soon end your freedom to fairly elect the president the same way they ended your right to bodily autonomy? That they could hand state lawmakers total control over federal elections, giving them the power to ignore their own voters and install the candidate of their choice. Sounds like the plot of a movie, right? But it's not. It's exactly what could happen based on how the Supreme Court rules on Moore v. Harper. Let me explain. It's a case that starts in North Carolina, where extremist right-wing state lawmakers are arguing that they have complete unchecked control over federal elections. They're basing their argument on the independent state legislature doctrine, the same fraudulent fringe constitutional theory that Trump attempted to use to overturn the 2020 election. Remember Trump's calls for Pence to send the election results back to the states? This is what he was attempting to pull off. Trump and his allies had identified key states where Republicans held the majority, and he put immense pressure on those state lawmakers to illegally hand him electors that he knew Biden won. So why didn't he succeed? As Republican Arizona House Speaker Rusty Bowers told the January 6th Select Committee, some Republicans refused to go along with Trump's plan because there was no legal ground for them to overturn rightful election results. But Moore v. Harper could change that. And since 2020, the right wing has purged pro-democracy Republicans from their ranks in state legislatures and replaced them with lawmakers who would vote to end representative democracy to retain their own power. Now, if this feels like another heavy, hopeless headline that's out of your control, this is where I really need you to listen, because there is a path to action. Right now, the right wing holds state legislative majorities in key battleground states that we know will be critical to any right-wing attempt to overturn a valid 2024 election. But we can change that. The States Project has a strategic, targeted, and achievable plan of action to build pro-democracy majorities in key state legislatures. Our ultimate goal is protecting the path to 270 electoral votes, the number of votes needed to uphold rightful, valid election results. Now, this won't be an easy battle to win. The right wing is a lot more focused on state legislatures than you are. They'll be working to win as many state legislative majorities as possible. But if there's one thing that the fall of Roe v. Wade taught us, it's this. We cannot wait for the Supreme Court's decision to take action, because by then it will be too late. And this time, if the right succeeds in pulling off their plan, it won't just impact those who live in right-wing controlled states. None of our votes will matter because right-wing state lawmakers will hand select the next president. We cannot let that happen. And at the States Project, we're working toward building power for state lawmakers who will defend our democracy and protect our right to vote. We're identifying and supporting candidates in majority-making districts using the best possible data to help them meet their voters and building a community to help elect them. Protecting your vote, the ability to cast it, and the assurance that it will actually count is driving our work at the States Project. If you believe that voters should matter in a democracy, join us.
Hi, I'm Grace Yang, Data Associate at the States Project. Tonight I'm joined by Lauren Popper Ellis, our Chief Strategy Officer and Counsel, and also the first ever team member at the States Project. Welcome, Lauren.
Thanks, Grace.
Lauren, I imagine there are many things you might want to go back and tell yourself on day one about the work you've been able to lead at the States Project. But tonight we're digging into how the stakes in state legislatures have changed since our founding in 2017. Over the last 5 short years, what has jumped out to you as you focus on state houses every day?
It's such a great question, Grace. It's something I've been thinking about more and more, especially this year. In 2017, we knew state legislatures were critical, but Grace, today the stakes have risen beyond belief. This year, when the Supreme Court ended a federally protected right, they were loud and clear. The Constitution does not confer a right to abortion. Roe and Casey are overruled, and the authority to regulate abortion is returned to the people and their elected representatives. Know who those elected representatives are? State lawmakers. This decision ended the protected right to bodily autonomy and privacy between a pregnant person and their doctor, instead making it a state-by-state political decision.
Since then, right-wing majorities passed extremist ban after extremist ban to limit how and when and why a pregnancy could be ended. The resulting chaos has made it difficult for doctors to provide the best possible care to their patients. That is truly scary.
And it doesn't stop there. On the Supreme Court's docket this cycle is Moore v. Harper, which could give a free pass to state lawmakers and state lawmakers only to step in and appoint electors to the Electoral College, regardless of what their voters decide. If that happens, the only thing that will matter is whether a majority of pro-democracy lawmakers in any state legislature is willing to protect the voices of voters in our democracy.
When you look at it that way, our work with state legislature puts us on the front lines of critical issues facing our country. And the thing is, most people aren't even aware of how state legislatures affect their lives or vote down ballot in state legislative races. There's clear data showing that the overwhelming majority of Americans don't know who represents them in their state legislatures. How does that impact the policies we see coming out of state chambers?
Yes, such a great point. What we're seeing from right-wing controlled legislatures is extreme and overwhelmingly unpopular. But when voters don't know who represents them in their state capitals, harmful policies can fly under the radar. And worse yet, it can allow the shadows that make very extreme bills easy to enact into harmful laws because people aren't looking. That's why what we're doing at the States Project has become that much more critical. We're helping people connect that, hey, the reason 1 in 3 classrooms in Arizona don't have a full-time teacher, that's their right-wing state legislature not prioritizing students' ability to learn. Or hey, that water that's unsafe to drink but pumping through taps in a preschool classroom in Michigan, that's their right-wing state legislature not prioritizing clean water. And as so many folks who are joining us tonight know, once you see the power and importance of state legislatures, you can't unsee it.
I know. I can honestly say that before working here, I probably never thought about state legislatures as the problem. And now I want everyone to know that state legislatures truly do govern our day-to-day lives. Lauren, what can regular people do to prevent extremism in their states?
Working to end unchecked right-wing control in the states is how you can stop extremism in its tracks. That could look like volunteering for campaigns, donating, telling your friends and family about the importance of state legislatures, or doing all of these things where it matters most with the States Project.
Thank you, Lauren.
Thanks, Grace.
You're watching Election Night 2022 with the States Project. Let's take a look at the latest results from the states. Welcome to Election Night 2022 with the States Project. Stand by for a live update from our team, because everything we care about starts in the States.
Good evening, everyone. Who would have thought a broadcast dedicated to state legislatures, bringing people who recognize how important these elections are, both the results and what they mean for our country. My name is Chris Gregg, and as a former Michigan House Democratic leader, I can tell you this kind of innovation and focus on state legislatures is game-changing. And it's what in-state partners and candidates across the country have come to expect from the States Project. For far too long, state legislatures have flown beneath the radar of everyone except the radical right. And now their unwavering focus on the states has our democracy on the verge of a crisis. Right-wing state lawmakers who hold the majority in North Carolina are asking the Supreme Court to give them sole power over federal elections in a Supreme Court case called Moore versus Harper. If their extreme fringe argument is upheld, it will pose an existential threat to our democracy. My former colleagues in Michigan have been doing their best to hold the line against the kinds of unpopular and harmful policies, radical abortion bans, anti-voter policies, attacks on public education, policies that the right wing wants to inflict on Michiganders. Here's why you should care about the Michigan State Legislative Majority. In 2020, the Trump campaign attempted to appoint an undemocratic alternate slate of electors to try to steal Michigan's votes in the Electoral College for Trump, even though our votes powered Biden to victory. Those wrongful electors, which included currently sitting Michigan state lawmakers, even plotted to hide in the Michigan State Capitol to pull off their plan. If they had succeeded, none of our votes for president would have mattered, because right-wing state lawmakers would have hand-selected Trump as the winner. And we know that the Michigan State Legislature will be key in any new attempt to steal the presidency in 2024. It will be critical to have a majority of state lawmakers in Lansing who have the governing power to prevent a second attempt at stealing the election. That's why the States Project has worked over the past 2 years to end right-wing control of the Michigan Capitol, work that gives our democracy a fighting chance. So tonight, I say thank you. Thank you for understanding what's at stake here and for helping to elect lawmakers who will be on the front lines of the future of our country. The battle isn't yet over. No matter what happens tonight, we must keep fighting for our democracy. But I'm grateful to have the States Project and this community leading the fight. And now I'll send it back over to Simone and Daniel for another live update.
Thank you, Chris, and welcome back to Election Night with the States Project. It's 9 o'clock here on the East Coast. Polls have just closed in Arizona, Colorado, Minnesota, Nebraska, Nevada, and Pennsylvania. Some really critical battleground states out there, Daniel. What do we know at this point in the night?
So, Simone, here's what we know. And we're going to try to contextualize all of this in terms of what many of you know because you're watching the broadcasts that are obsessed with all the other races, those U.S. Senate and gubernatorial races, those congressional races, and other statewide elections. We're assuming you're getting a bunch of that context, frankly, maybe more than we are, because we are sitting here obsessed with, Simone, do you know what we're obsessed with?
State legislatures.
That's right. So obsessed with state legislatures, we are, contextualizing just a little bit of what's out there in the water. Again, this is nothing unique or different than what you should be hearing elsewhere. We know that Florida looks like results are really not great tonight. We know that in other parts of the country, results are looking better than a lot of the grimmest predictions would have had it. Seems like perhaps the bottom hasn't fallen out in the way that, was absolutely in the range of possibilities for the evening. Seems is a big and important word there because lots of votes haven't been counted. Simone pointed out we're just now getting to the large number of states having polls closed. Let's go back to the beginning of the night. 7:30, the polls closed in North Carolina. Simone, I know you have an interest in North Carolina. What do we know about the state? And don't tell me the barbecue is great. We already know that.
Thanks, Daniel. And for those wondering, it is Eastern North Carolina barbecue. That's great. So what we know in North Carolina tonight is that toss-ups are toss-ups, which sounds like something you might think is obvious, but the truth is the optimist says this means it's going to be, again, not a night where the bottom has fallen out. So the optimist in me is saying that this means that target seats, those that are critical to preventing a supermajority from the right wing, are in range. Now, those ratings not being a level worse, right? We're saying toss-ups are toss-ups. Toss-ups are not becoming, strong R's, safe R's. They're staying toss-ups. Those ratings not being a level worse is positive news because, again, it means probably in these districts in North Carolina that we're seeing, the bottom hasn't fallen out. This type of model is possible to achieve our goals, but that doesn't mean it's probable because toss-ups mean that either direction could be decided by 1 point. So that could mean, Daniel, that we're successful, that we are able to win seats by 1 point, maybe 2. But that also means we could just as easily lose seats by 1 point, maybe 2. So there's an optimistic view, there's a pessimistic view, but the truth is it does seem that from early indications, very early indications, the bottom has not fallen out in a state like North Carolina.
The bottom has not fallen out in North Carolina would have been if I had said that this morning, I would have been called a big optimist. So we're going to take it for what it's worth. Right now, it seems important. And it's just want to underline, if the races are matching the ratings, we have a chance to achieve our goals in these places. If the races are a click worse, it is not possible. If they're a click better, more ambitious goals kind of get put on the table. So if we have races meeting the targeting, it means the goals are still in range. In New Hampshire, we have one of the most competitive U.S. Senate races in the country, as you know. I've been told that Maggie Hassan, the Democratic nominee, is doing really well in early count, actually running ahead of Biden. Remember, Biden in 2020 ran well ahead of the Democratic nominee for governor. So that's a big deal. In New Hampshire, the States Project ran our door knocking challenge in those House seats. These are the tiniest seats in the country, these state legislative seats, except for the ones that aren't. If you want to spend your life in a civics class that never ends, study the New Hampshire House. We know that our door knocking challenge, which we've talked about before, means that candidates knock on a lot of doors. In tiny districts, that means they knock on a really high percentage of all the doors in the district. And maybe, that's the word of this hour. That is why we're seeing some surprising results. Those surprising results are that we actually have state legislative candidates, these folks who are basically unknown. They're not on media. They're not celebrities like a U.S. senator would be. Some of these state legislative candidates appear to also be running ahead of Biden. That's dramatic, especially dramatic when you think of how extreme Hassan's opponent has been. If you have state legislative candidates who have met enough voters to do that, that is a big, big deal. Now, there are a lot of caveats about New Hampshire House seats. Not only are they tiny, there's only one precinct, and we're getting reports of 95% reported. We don't know exactly which votes aren't reported. There's no way to do a geographic screen on those precincts. And, these are student council races. Many candidates in New Hampshire are actually retirees because they get paid essentially nothing, but they are student council races for retirees in many instances. So we have to really see where that trends. But again, all the caveats and a whole lot of them. If at 9:09 you had told me we'd be seeing that out of New Hampshire this morning, I would have said that is a very satisfying outcome or signal, certainly not an outcome. Simone?
Thanks, Daniel. So as we said, these are very, very early results, and they are ones that are only of, so far, 2 states of, that's right, 50. So we know that it's a very early point in the night. So as we look at other states that have closed polls at 8 p.m. Eastern time, Maine, Pennsylvania, Daniel, what do we know there so far?
Not much, right? So, we see this, a 7:30 closure, we're seeing a lot more. We're seeing less from those states so far. I think much as with the statewide races, it's just a little early in Maine and Pennsylvania so far.
That's certainly what it sounds like. As we looked forward tonight, we are keeping our eyes on states across the country. We have heard about our East Coast time zone states. We are looking forward to results in Arizona, Colorado, Minnesota, Nebraska, Nevada, and hopefully more from Pennsylvania. As we take a look there, we know that these are just early indications. These are 2 states, and they are some that have big national races at the top of the ticket. So we are staying tuned very closely to see how these trends spread across the country. So far tonight, we've heard quite a lot. Daniel, anything else that you're seeing right off the bat?
Well, the thing about these live updates is they're great, but we also want to give people everything we can. So we're checking in now to see. I actually have notifications set up. I was told not to do this during live broadcasts, but I'm not technically savvy enough to turn them off. I thought I saw an interesting update from Pennsylvania. I'm just trying to confirm with our war room whether there is, in fact, a signal out of Pennsylvania before we head off the live update and come back in an hour. It seems like maybe not quite yet. That is too bad. The good news is at 10 o'clock, you can be certain that we will likely have more to say about Pennsylvania and Maine, along with those other states that closed. Got to tell you, Arizona and Michigan are, as we know, just unbelievably important here. These are the 2 states with the most electoral votes, with unified Republican legislative control, with majorities of the Republican caucus being election deniers, where whoever is elected tonight will still be in office when presidential electors are sent to Congress in 2024. So Arizona and Michigan, every single state Senate race in each of those places is as important as any race in the country. I think it's one reason that we are being incredibly careful not to get ahead of ourselves here. But I will say this. An hour ago, we said we will not talk about turnout trends because it was simply too early. Now we are able to say there is a lot of signal that the bottom didn't fall out tonight around the country in state legislative races. A lot of signal with the caveat that the way votes are being counted this year, the proportion of folks who voted early by mail and in person in different parties are unknowns. So we are hoping not to show up with a yo-yo whipsaw at 10 o'clock, but we are starting to learn things. North Carolina, those race ratings seem to be holding, could lose a lot of coin flips, but race ratings holding is really good for achieving goals, again, applied across the country. New Hampshire, tiny districts, really not clear about which votes have reported or not, but some early signals, at least in early counts, that we have candidates running at a Joe Biden level, which is significantly higher than anyone would have predicted this morning. Simone, I guess we should come back at 10.
That's right. We will see you back here at 10 p.m. Eastern time. And we will be laser focused on our next round of states, hopefully with more information to share. We certainly anticipate so. We'll be back for another update at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, so tune in then.
Thanks for joining the States Project for Election Night 2022.
So far tonight, we've covered why our focus on state legislatures is so important and what's at stake. Now, we want to give you a behind-the-scenes look at our work in the states, the partnerships we formed to supercharge this work, and how we're leveraging innovation to increase our impact. And for that, I'm joined by the States Project's Vice President of Political Strategy, Andrew Grunwald. Andrew, let's start with strategy. How did we deploy our resources this cycle to have the biggest possible impact in the states?
Well, Caitlin, we wanted to be sure that every dollar we spent was spent in the most strategic way possible on evidence-based tactics that will net us the greatest number of votes. So we focused on coordinated tight spending wherever legally possible, so we can work directly with candidates in their campaigns. By coordinating directly with the campaigns, it gives us the highest impact for a few reasons. First, many of the tactics themselves actually cost less when done by the candidates than when groups outside on the independent expenditure side do the same thing. For example, a single TV ad run by a campaign compared to an independent expenditure group can actually be a third of the price. Secondly, spending with these campaigns, their in-state partners, allows us to share our expertise to ensure that they're running the most efficient campaigns possible. And that includes following our evidence-based practices for winning as many votes as possible. Another strategic decision we made this year was to expand the range of campaigns we supported by investing in all of the competitive seats. That includes endangered incumbents.
Nice. It's really exciting to hear about how we're strategically deploying investment in these state legislative races. And how have we been able to inject innovation into our campaigns?
So we made significant investments in TV advertising, which I know gets a bad rap sometimes when big congressional races hit saturation and significantly diminishing returns on their TV ads. That's not really a thing in state ledge races. It can certainly be a game changer when going on TV in a state ledge race with lesser known candidates. To maximize the effectiveness of our spending on TV, we invested in ad testing, and that's a tactic that literally has never been done before at the state legislative level, and it's critical to ensuring we're running the most effective ads to move voters. Next, the data shows that meeting voters at the doors is the single best way for candidates to persuade an individual voter. So in state ledge races, a candidate's ability to meet voters where they are and connect face-to-face can be a huge advantage. And that's where innovative door knocking challenge comes in. Candidates get assigned door knocking goals, and there are incentives to hit monthly goals and contributions for the best knockers. This gets them out of those call rooms and in front of the voters who will determine whether or not they win or lose. So we launched our door knocking challenge in Pennsylvania in June. And in that first month, we asked them to knock on 1,050 doors. The top 4 candidates knocked on an impressive 12,000 doors combined, almost tripling the goal. The results through August and October were just as impressive. Candidates collectively knocked on about 92,000 doors, which was nearly double the goal we had when we started. So they've really just been blowing it out of the park in Pennsylvania. Caitlin, I know you worked on another innovative project that I'm personally really excited about.
Yes, for the first time, we made it possible for candidates to receive press outreach support with the goal of helping them reach more voters and highlighting where our candidates stand on issues that are important to their constituents. In the coming weeks, we will be analyzing the project, this earned media work in state legislative races. I'm very excited about that. And Andrew, thank you so much for joining me to talk through all of this exciting political work this year. Now I'm going to toss it to our regional political directors for a closer look at each of our states.
We work to build strong relationships with our partners in state, so that's caucuses and many times candidates, and we work to make sure that they are implementing tactics that are based on best practices.
We, I think, present the best of both worlds. We have experts in these fields. Every single one of the RPDs has run a program like this before, and I think that our relationship building combined with our strategic insight gives us the ability to really shape these programs.
Having been a deputy caucus director myself, I know how hard the job is. So I would say it's one of the hardest jobs in politics, and you have dozens of stakeholders, elected officials, sometimes 20, 30, 40, 50 candidates running for office that you're in charge of, and they all have different interests and conflicting interests. So it's nice to have a partner who comes in, understands you, and shares one goal, which is either maintaining power or achieving power. And you're able to work with that partner to do what you need to do.
Whenever I was actually on a call with the Giving Circle community for Minnesota, Steve, Minnesota, and we were talking about the program in the state, and they expressed unprompted that like the field operation in Minnesota was totally different than they'd ever seen in the past, and that it was like so much better than it had been in the past. And I think that our early investments in Minnesota and the Senate allowed them to scale up this really amazing effort that they've knocked on now, I think, over 475,000 doors. And that hadn't been done in the past.
And in Pennsylvania specifically, I think the early investments we made on their deep canvassing program really set the stage for a robust campaign, not just in field, but in terms of their earned and paid media programs. Those programs were really informed by direct feedback from swing voters at the doors that they were able to build relationships with over the off year and get feedback that informed the messaging and helped the program as a whole become more robust. And I will say it also helped us hire and maintain some really strong talent in the field department in Pennsylvania to the point where they have knocked close to 1 million doors.
I'm really proud of the candidates we have endorsed. They're amazing humans. They're on the front lines of protecting democracy. We know how important this cycle is. They're diverse. They look like the communities they're seeking to represent. I think that's really important. They share the same struggles, dreams, values, and it's just exciting to be able to support such a diverse array of community leaders running for office.
The States Project takes a real holistic approach on governing power and making better outcomes for the people that are living in these states. And that means thinking strategically and creatively about where investments might make impactful differences in the state.
The amount of rigor that we apply to every dollar that we raise and spend is absolutely the amount of rigor we apply to the decision-making process as we spend those dollars.
State legislative races are severely underfunded, and your support has been invaluable for a lot of people. It's really, really hard to ask friends and family for money, myself included. So I know what it takes to do this work, and I'm really grateful.
We estimate that state legislative races cost about 3% of a competitive election for US Senate. So there's so much opportunity to create impact across the country just with that one piece of data alone. At the States Project, we support candidates across hundreds of districts and dozens of chambers, laser focused on the balance of power. We assess all 99 state legislative chambers in the nation to understand how competitive each target district is. And then we use many different data points to do just that. So those include how the district is trending electorally in recent cycles, district demographic characteristics, incumbency, the impact of redistricting, and other forecasting and polling models. Then we work to fund and scale evidence-based best practices, proven to be the most effective at netting votes. On November 9th, my team will be busy digging into the results to have a clear idea of what happened on election night. But I'm most excited to really dig in long-term in terms of trying to quantify the impact of our programs, particularly around some of the more envelope-pushing programs we've rolled out. Whatever we learn about our impact on these races will allow us to be smarter, more impactful, and more effective in future races.
Ask yourself, are the lawmakers in your state working to build a healthy, prosperous, and sustainable future for all? Or are they enacting policies that serve narrow special interests and themselves while keeping you overwhelmed, distracted, and exhausted? Right now, some lawmakers are closing the door on our democracy with an agenda that the radical right wing has kept alive in state legislatures for the past 40 years. Through harmful policies, gerrymandering, and manipulated elections, state lawmakers are enacting long-term destruction on our health, education, and communities. But there are more of us who want to thrive in the future we can build together. And we need people like you in this fight for power where it matters most, in the states. From the strategy, to staffing, to building with key partners and grassroots efforts in majority-making districts, the States Project is focused on building power in the states that can make or break our democracy. You want to fix this country? That work starts in the states with you and a community of changemakers in the fight for our future. It's time to get to work to build power in the states. Join us.
For the past 50 years, since 1972, the right wing has invested in building a beachhead in state legislatures. And since the Republican wave of 2010, they've consistently had a stranglehold on a majority of state legislatures. And obviously this is a huge problem for America because it has largely turned these essential governing bodies that impact the lives of millions and millions of people into petri dishes for radical policies and anti-democratic activity. On our side, the focus and interest has been more on, what's happening in DC than what's happening in state capitals. And there has been a dramatic underinvestment in state legislative races and policies for years that have had devastating results. And today that means realities like people being thrown into prison for reproductive health care and the potential to override our right to elect the president of the United States. When my eyes were first opened to the threat of this right-wing power in state legislatures 5 years ago, I just knew I had to do something about it. And thankfully, I was connected with Daniel, who had been living some of these problems firsthand as a lawmaker and understood what they looked like from the inside. And so we decided to start the States Project together to do our part to address an issue so many others seemed content to ignore. Right now, the threat is truly off the charts, and the right wing is not only systematically rolling back a whole bunch of individual rights that Americans hold dear, but they're also literally laying the groundwork to steal the 2024 presidential election through a power grab in the states. There is no endpoint to improving people's lives, to protecting individual rights, to democracy, whether it's through targeted investments or ensuring that evidence-based tactics are baseline spending in every campaign we support. We built infrastructure in core states to position us as effective and to have impact beyond any one election.
Thank you, Adam. I'm Kieran, the Deputy Political Director at the States Project, and I want to build off of what Adam just said and really dig into why showing up and doing this work cycle after cycle is so critical. And for that, I'm excited to introduce our next guest. He's a lawyer, a writer, a political activist, a former elected official, and an adjunct professor, David Pepper. David, thanks so much for being here this evening.
Thank you. It's great to be with you guys. And to all those who are helping out, we really appreciate your support.
So I just want to jump in and kind of understand, how did you first learn about the importance of state legislatures in American democracy?
Well, thank you. I go through this in my book. My second chapter of my book is about how when I was a city council member, even though I was in politics, I did not appreciate the power of state houses. City council members in Cincinnati are better known than their state representatives. And I didn't get it. And it took me a while to see that as much as city council members and mayors think they're important, the truth is often the less known people in that state house have a whole lot more control over every issue that we care about and over democracy itself than far better known people in politics. The far right knows that, and they're taking advantage of that. So we better get with the program as well, real quick.
What is the biggest risk to our democracy right now?
The biggest institutional risk, which has been playing out for some time, our state houses. And my worry is, and this is again why I wrote this book, my worry is that we're really good at seeing the Donald Trump risk. We're good at seeing the Marjorie Taylor Greene risk, but we've been horrible at seeing the risk that a gerrymandered state house presents. There is a nonstop institutional attack on democracy that the right wing knows full well and is leading, and they're doing more damage to democracy at that state house level. And the reason that strategy is so good for them is because that's not where people focus on. They love it when all we think about is Marjorie Taylor Greene or whatever Donald Trump tweets. While there are, unlike Marjorie Taylor Greene, there are majorities of people just like her in state after state doing damage every single day to democracies, which is, again, one reason I spend so much time working with the States Project, because the States Project is actually doing the work to lift the profile of these races and to start trying to win a lot of these state houses back.
Well, thank you for that. We definitely are trying our best. And I want to talk about something you said. You mentioned Marjorie Taylor Greene or Donald Trump, the current election cycle, 24 coming up. But there's been some level of rancor or partisanship kind of throughout our history of politics. But how did we get here?
I don't think people appreciated how much more intense the gerrymander of 2011 was. There's an intensity to it in 11 that really did seal off politicians around this country from the people. All of a sudden, public outcomes, and if they're falling apart, don't matter. You get reelected. Being an extremist is how you stay in power so you don't face a primary. Attacking democracy is how you're staying in power, because an extremist who's corrupt would actually never get reelected in a real democracy or in a fair district. And when you have a group like ALEC or others that are weaponizing that set of perverse incentives across the country, it accelerates it even that much more quickly. And if we don't get into that space and interrupt it, it will keep going off the rails like it is.
What is the path forward in terms of just the broader kind of counter to some of these potentially destructive forces?
The only thing worse than gerrymandering is allowing gerrymandering to win by not running everywhere. So one thing that you're doing, one thing that I'm doing is when you decide, no, we're not gonna just quit. We're gonna hold extremism to account wherever it's happening.
Well, I think there's an important point you bring up. We've got thousands of volunteers across the country who want to see change and are committed to a cause. Where do you find hope in all this?
I find hope in a lot of ways. I find hope from history. What the women suffragists and John Lewis faced is far more than we're facing. It's the same battle. They were in a battle for democracy just like we are. They overcame tougher than we face. So there's hope. Long term, if you look at our country's history, we are in the middle of a nonstop assault on democracy. That's not new. And the fact that people are assaulting democracy in the way we're describing and others, that's not new at all. The variable that has always decided, does democracy survive, is how intense those who are fighting for democracy are fighting. If they don't see it as the fight that it is, then they lose. If they don't fight hard enough or they compromise, then they lose. But I find hope in our history that when people, again, John Lewis, the women suffragists and others, when they decided, no, we are going to fight for this democracy, they have won again and again and again. It's not automatic. Take nothing for granted. But that persistence has won the day. But one of the things that has to be done is efforts to focus on state houses can never more be seen as sort of a side program. It's core mission. It's a core mission. If you're going to win democracy back, it starts with what you're doing. And we have to have the entire pro-democracy space see that.
Well, thank you so much for that. And thank you for writing your book and joining us this evening and for being a voice really in this fight. And now
you're watching Election Night 2022 with the States Project. Let's take a look at the latest results from the states. Welcome to Election Night 2022 with the States Project. Stand by for a live update from our team, because everything we care about starts in the States.
Welcome back to Election Night 2022 with the States Project. I'm Jess Craven. I'm an organizer and an activist and a Giving Circles leader myself, and also someone who has worked with thousands of people across the country to help them understand how they can engage and have an impact on races in their own community or across the country that are really impactful. Through my work as an activist, I've seen what can happen when we harness the raw power of grassroots activism. That's why I was really drawn to start a Giving Circle myself, but I've also talked about Giving Circles in my Activism 101 workshops and in my newsletter, and I've seen other people either start Giving Circles or get involved with state elections, phone bank, Canvas, and really realize how important that is and how much it can make a difference, and we have made a difference. We've seen races won, and we've seen communities empowered through this work. The way that the States Project approaches these races is so important. I've always talked about how we shouldn't give emotionally to races that we can't stand the candidates, but that we have no chance of winning. So the States Project approaches things in a much more almost clinical sense. We take on very tipping point races and we do the work to help push them over the edge to our side. It's brilliant and it's effective and it works. We're helping to build governing power for lawmakers who are committed to helping Americans have better lives. And this is how we will end unchecked right-wing power on a state level. This is also how we're going to impact issues that are important to all of us: abortion, gun violence, climate, voting rights. I could go on. So the fact that we're working in the closest districts also means that this work is not always going to be easy. It's not always going to be instantly gratifying. We are going to win some races. We are going to lose some races. No matter what happens tonight and whatever results we get in the next days or weeks to come, I will be here right after this is over to get to work with the States Project again, because this is the work that goes on not for one election cycle, but for many and for years and years. I know that our work with the States Project is helping to create a more just, equitable, and safe world for all of us. And so no matter what happens tonight, I am committed to doing this work with the States Project in an ongoing basis, and I really hope you are as well. And now I'm going to toss it over to Simone and Daniel for another live update.
Thank you, Jess, and thank you so much for that ongoing commitment to our work. And in fact, tonight, you've seen so many of the people like Jess and the powers that the communities across the States Project have harnessed to create unprecedented attention where it matters most on state legislatures. We're grateful for each and every person that participate in this work. None of what we do would be possible without you. So thank you for being here and for tuning back in. Many of our races are still too early to call, but here's what we're seeing in our key states right now. Daniel, where do we stand?
Well, if you had shown me these results or these numbers at 6:30 tonight, which was about a decade ago, Eastern time, I would have been very pleased. So a lot of good signals, but that's very cautious because good signals this early can change. In fact, that's an appropriate thing. Those of us watching the results do not and should not determine the outcome. We should let the votes get counted and then make sure that that count has included all of the votes, and then we will know where we are. So I think the same things that you all are seeing on the broadcasts on statewide races, which are the bottom seems not to have fallen out in a way that some were predicting, is being matched in a number of states. So that is a signal that's positive. But again, there's a bunch of different ways people can vote today. That's a positive thing. It means more people vote. But we also know that because of the way Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans tried to poison faith in voting, that there are partisan patterns to who votes when. That's why early counted votes can create an early narrative, but narrative isn't the point. The point is the preference of a majority of people in the area where they're electing somebody. So that is a major caveat, but I am human and I'm feeling cautious optimism. Simone, which state would you like to go into first?
Daniel, will you kick us off with any early indicators that we have in Michigan or Maine?
Sure. So let's talk about Michigan. So Michigan, we know we have a strong gubernatorial candidate on the ballot. And we are seeing some positive early signs from Oakland County. This is the suburbs of Detroit. Oakland County is a key area in Michigan for tying the Michigan Senate. Again, the Michigan Senate, the Arizona Senate, every single race could be as important for our democracy as any race in the country, because whoever is elected to legislative majorities this year will still be in office in 2024 after the presidential election, could well, with new powers potentially granted by the Supreme Court, try to undermine the free and fair presidential election and the positive and the outcome that the voters have chosen. So early signs in Oakland County are positive, good results for Democrats. Now, there aren't enough seats in Oakland County, despite being a key bellwether county with a whole lot of people, to get to a tie in the Michigan Senate. But we can get close. We would also need, even if Oakland County did sort of turn our way, to pick up a seat either in nearby Macomb County or the area around Grand Rapids. Those are also significant for a tie. And of course, individual races have their own dynamics. So we know there's a signal there that we'd like to see in Oakland County, Michigan, not Oakland, California. And we know that Oakland County alone won't quite get us to that tie that would just be, I got to tell you, a very big deal. Maine, we talked earlier about two really important races to watch, Craig Hickman and Troy Jackson, the Senate president, up in Aroostook County. You should look it up. Aroostook County is an interesting geography in the northern tip of Maine there. Well, the numbers are starting to look pretty good for President Jackson. 70% of the vote in. He's kind of holding steady over the last couple of dumps of votes at 53%. Now, we know with 70% in at 53%, depending what areas are in, it's not like those last 30% of votes counted were voters who voted last. So it is possible to make up that distance over the last 30% of the vote counted. But 53% with 70% kind of holding standard, it's a signal that we like to see. Simone, do you have anything on any of the other states where polls have closed?
Yes. So we know that polls have closed in North Carolina, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire. Those were some of our earliest polls to close. And the initial results are looking positive in that the headline is toss-ups are toss-ups, which means that this isn't something that's a blowout election, is what the early indications in these states are showing us. So that matters because if the bottom had fallen out in North Carolina, this whole night and what we're watching returns roll in would seem quite different. So it seems like toss-ups are toss-ups. Now, obviously that's positive. We're avoiding the bottom falling out in some of these critical states, but that also means toss-ups are toss-ups, which means 1 point could decide whether a seat is won or lost. And we know that toss-up seats are going to be what make or break the defense against supermajorities in North Carolina, picking up seats in Pennsylvania, and of course, the New Hampshire governing power as well. So we're going to need to see all of the final votes to see if we're winning or we're losing. But it is seeming like those race ratings are holding true, which is a positive sign. But it could be 10 seats going 1 point in the wrong direction or 10 seats going 1 point in the right direction.
Right. And again, we're talking here about multiple seats. So for those of you who are also watching the other races on the ballot, like governor's races or U.S. Senate races across the country or congressional races, you can see they're moving, again, there's sort of a general what's happening overall, and then there are individual dynamics. We're talking about each of those individual dynamics in each chamber, And then we're talking about multiple chambers. So, 100 and over 100 seats that we're watching closely here. Simone's point is an important one. You flip a coin 5 times, and you can get tails 3 or 4 out of those 5 times, and that could be dispositive. So, that's just a little bit what we saw in 2020. In fact, very close races, just again and again breaking away from us. So, good sign in terms of competitiveness. I would say no conclusion in terms of outcomes. I want to talk about Arizona for a second, just because Arizona and Michigan are so important. We know that there was an attempt to keep the polls open, and that attempt didn't succeed. So as I understand it, the polls are now closed for about an hour and 13 minutes or so in Maricopa. Maricopa, there's some sort of, it's a huge, huge, huge county. I think every competitive seat for the Arizona Senate is in Maricopa County, and we're going to see some sort of waves. We're going to see a wave of votes, and at least historically, that sort of first wave is more Democratic, I guess because of the areas it comes from. The second wave is more Republican. The third wave is more Democratic. It's not, by the way, not just the areas it comes from, but also sort of the type of voter. Colorado is a place where there was some real concern about holding governing power, especially in the Senate. There's some word out there on Colorado, again, bottom not falling out, but we'll have to keep looking. Nevada has the polls closed, but we're not really expecting full information out of Nevada too soon tonight. And too soon is coming up pretty soon, right, Simone?
Yes, maybe the best news for folks who are tuning in tonight is that polls are closed in all of the states we're following except for Alaska. So we know that more information will be heading our way very soon. And these early indicators are just that, early indicators. We know a lot can change quite quickly. So folks should certainly tune back in just a half an hour at 10:45, where we'll be sharing more of what we know as the night winds down. Daniel, anything else?
I'd say tune back in 31 minutes, and we'll keep sending signals. If there are race calls, we'll give them.
Thanks for joining the States Project for Election Night 2022.
Good evening. My name is Anastasia Appa, and I'm the Senior Director of Giving Circles here at the States Project. Full disclosure, we filmed this video weeks before election night, and I've had to think long and deep about what I want to say to our community before we even know what the results are tonight. I decided to share what I know to be true from my experience of managing and fundraising for political campaigns and causes for more than 20 years. Whether it feels like it right now or not, I want you to know that every phone call you made, every email you sent, every time you texted a friend or met with someone for a meal or a drink to explain what was at stake in state races, it made a difference, a big difference. Every dollar you raised to support this work of building power to improve lives in the states was a smart dollar, and one that made it possible to power evidence-based tactics and a high-quality campaign for a candidate you believed in that couldn't have happened without you. No matter what the results are tonight, your commitment matters. Because as we all know, the extremist right-wing forces that we've been fighting have had a head start. They've been focused on the states for decades longer than our side has. The radical right committed to fighting for the future they wanted. And here we are today, as a country, moving backwards with fewer freedoms and a democracy that feels more fragile than it has in my lifetime. The good news is there are still more of us who want a country where we are each free to live our fullest lives. We will continue to fight for an America where we can all enjoy a healthy, prosperous, and sustainable future. So together we push on. And let me tell you, victory doesn't happen overnight, and it doesn't happen in any one election, and it cannot happen without you. Thank you for all you do. I look forward to fighting alongside you tomorrow, next year, and beyond.
In 2017, the first States Project Giving Circle formed, activating people who never saw themselves as political.
Like so many people in 2016, my lens was totally shattered, and I had to reevaluate what does it mean to be involved.
After 2016, all of us had been kind of, flailing around looking for something meaningful, effective to do, like signing all the petitions and going to marches and throwing money in a million different directions.
We ended up meeting Daniel Squadron, who at that point was our state senator, who I think kind of just opened our minds to to states and what's happening at the state level.
So I was able to begin my re-education with a group of like-minded, equally freaked out women who sort of galvanized to right the ship as best we could.
There are examples all over the globe of people who are fighting for their basic human rights. And here in America, we have the privilege where we have a delicate democracy, but a democracy in place. And we have the infrastructure to create change.
Since then, our community has grown to more than 300 giving circles, with many people making the commitment to work with us in the States year after year, even when it's hard.
In 2020, a group of our friends decided to start a giving circle, Justice for All. It was a hard year in Pennsylvania, but our group made the commitment to come back in 2022 and in 24 and 26. And we made that commitment because we talked about how part of doing the work and organizing collective action is showing up year after year after year.
There is, for me, a kind of guiding principle of the States Project that I have decided to call radical pragmatism. And for me, this is like the antidote in the face of so much constant outrage. And it's the way that I can just hone in on the most effective and efficient thing to do with my time and my money to make the biggest impact.
It's a great way to create community and to enlist people and to encourage people to get involved in our democracy, because that's kind of the only thing that's going to save it.
To fight the cynicism, to address the gaps in power and how power is used, we wanted to come back. And we came back to Pennsylvania because it's a huge, important state that's always on the national stage.
Eric Ward, and he wrote an article, I think last year, that talked about what he calls the second big lie. Of course, all know what the first big lie is. And he says the second big lie is that we're helpless, that there's nothing that we can do. And he says that second big lie is more dangerous than the first.
Because this work is bigger than any one of us, and the stakes are too high to sit on the sidelines.
This American democracy of ours is under attack. I mean, it's under attack. There's no question about that. That study that they did last week that showed that of the 500 people running for, state legislative seats, Congress, governorships, half of the Republicans are election deniers. Wait a minute. Half of them are election deniers, and these are the folks who want to run for these important state legislative seats, some of whom will become potentially state leaders, and those people are extremely important in state legislatures. They're going to take this democracy off track. I'm not surmising this. This is what they're saying that they're going to do. I don't want 50 years from now, 100 years from now, for people to look back at us and say, we failed. We were the one generation that failed at protecting our democracy, protecting the right to vote. So as difficult as it seems, as bothersome as it might be, you think about what it was like for women at the beginning of the 20th century and what they had to go through, what people in the civil rights movement had to go through. And so all the things that, seem a burden to us pale in comparison to what other generations of Americans had to deal with. And so I think that we're up to it. I think that we have the capacity to be that next generation that stands successfully for democracy. I think that we have the ability to acquaint ourselves with the rules, acquaint ourselves with the cheating that is being attempted, and to push it back and to win this fight for our democracy. We have to win this fight. As daunting as that battle might seem, these are battles that we can win if we will pay attention to them, devote resources to them, commit ourselves to them, and stay in it for the long haul.
You're watching Election Night 2022 with the States Project. Let's take a look at the latest results from the states.
Hi there. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Simone Lero, our Chief Communications Officer at the States Project, and I'm here with Daniel Skrodron, our TSP founding partner. If you're still with us tonight, you've been with us for the last 4 hours as we've been bringing in election results, state after state, race after race. We are thrilled to share some initial results tonight. No more just big general statements or sweeping. We have a few important race calls to share with you. So first off, 2 important calls out of Pennsylvania. First off is Dr. Venkat in Pennsylvania House, who was victorious in his election. This is a huge moment, not just because it's a flip in the Pennsylvania House, which it is, but Dr. Venkat has been one of TSP's key candidates. He has won the door knocking challenge in Pennsylvania. He has knocked over 25,000 doors. That's incredible. He has gotten out there, met his voters where it matters most at their doorsteps, and that has paid off. So TSP was able to support Dr. Venkat early with our full program, and we could not be more excited to see him sworn in to this important position. And for those of you who tuned into our initial coverage after the Dobbs decision, you might remember Dr. Venkat will be the only physician in the legislature in Pennsylvania. And he had an incredibly compelling personal story of treating a woman in his emergency room who had had a back alley abortion, and how that was one of the inspirations for him running to make sure that everyone had the health care that they needed. So a huge night and a huge moment for Dr. Venkat. We can't wait to see him become Representative Venkat. Equally exciting, we have another flip in the Pennsylvania House. That's Mandy Steele. There we go. We have been a supporter of Mandy Steele. This is a critical toss-up race. Both Mandy Steele and Dr. Venkat was toss-up races. These are 2 of the most critical races as we look at Pennsylvania. And lastly, we have in Minnesota a first call. And oops, sorry, I think our graphic is coming. Our first call in Minnesota. Great. Yes, Kristen Bonner in Minnesota, HD 37. Again, a critical hold. So this was a seat that was really necessary to protect in the House in order to protect that majority, and a few huge results coming in for this evening. So one of the most important things, Daniel, that I think is a great sign, and I think, yep, there we go, is that both Dr. Venkat and Mandy Steele in Pennsylvania, with 90% of the vote in, are running ahead of President Biden. Now, I don't know about you, but if you would have told me that yesterday, I would have been pretty blown away.
I mean, the idea of running ahead of the 2020 baseline, President Biden's numbers, as you say, Simone, hasn't seemed realistic. When you look at the overall environment, and while we're obsessively focused on state legislatures here, I think it's not happening around the country, though I know there are some good signals. So the fact that these candidates were appearing to do that is dramatic. It may not hold. I know a lot of the votes are in, but not all of them. But the fact that we're seeing that is the beginning of a real signal that the hypothesis that candidates going to meet their voters, candidates focused on the issues of concern in their voters' lives, both the sort of broad ones like being able to meet their household budget, being able to get to and from work reasonably, making sure their kids' schools are safe and teach them, is the way to win races. So it is dramatic here. If you had asked me at 5 p.m., what is the one race in the country I want to watch, it was Dr. Venkat. So, we will keep looking here.
And as we say, we will keep looking. We have another breaking update that in Maine, Senate District 21, Peggy Rotundo has won her seat. a critical seat to defend in this chamber. Huge moment in Maine. So the results just keep coming in. Daniel, one race I know our community has heard quite a bit about is LD22 in Arizona, and that is where there's a write-in campaign happening for both the Democrats and the Republicans. And Dr. Eva Diaz will be on the ballot. We have initial results coming in from that race. No race call, of course. It's a write-in campaign. I'm sure that will take quite a bit of time to count every one of those ballots, but we have seen that Eva Diaz is ahead in these initial results. So far we have, I think, 15,000 ballots that are cast in this district, and there was write-ins in 6,000 about of those 15,000, and Eva Diaz is holding at 3,500 votes. The next person coming behind her is at 1,600 votes. So it's a significant lead, but we know, again, we're talking about out of 15,000 votes cast in that district. So obviously things could change quite quickly. And it is clear that when the representative resigned his seat, he certainly forfeited many voters that could have been turned out by not having to vote via a write-in campaign.
Yeah, this is an interesting one because, as you point out, she's only on the ballot when people write her onto the ballot. If people just go vote for the Democrat who is printed on the ballot, unopposed, their vote is spoiled for a state ledge. So that, is a real concern. The fact that she's at 3,500 votes and outpacing the other write-ins is a sign that the work to make people aware of the existence of this wild issue has had an impact. Now, again, this is a place where we're going to need to basically win twice because all of the votes for the Democrat on the ballot will get thrown out. So then the Democrat being written in needs to beat all of the other candidates being written in. But this signal is a little bit different than other early signals we see because the question in this race has been, is this a thing that got out there into the world? And there's some good reason to think from the numbers you just talked about, Simone, that it has. I also want to go back to Maine because that call was an important one. Look, there was a version of tonight where all we were talking about now was whether we would be able to hold the Maine Senate and the Maine House. And so when you have candidates starting to get called, the early candidates being called in the competitive races on our side, that's good news because especially in the Senate, they've got a lot of ground that they have to make up if they want to flip it. Now, the House is going to be a harder place because these are tiny districts, 5,000 people, a lot of competitive districts, probably going to be a lot of texture to it. So we're going to see how that develops. But I have to tell you, every one of these calls is positive. I know we have called only a couple of races that were sort of in the general competitive area for our candidate, the candidate we hope to win, not getting over the top and winning, but those have been lean R's or strong R districts, meaning districts where, we would have expected most of those races to go that way. We haven't seen too much else of that in the country, which is positive.
That's right. We are seeing positive results in these initial indicators. It is definitely a better night than I was bracing myself for in Pennsylvania, especially watching the impact that the States Project has had to help buoy some of the most important campaigns in the state. So really exciting, really proud moment. So here's what's going to happen next because it's 11:01 p.m. Our broadcast ends at 11 p.m. And folks are only getting more interested, I hope. So if you're on our mailing list tomorrow, you'll get an email sharing the results that have come in overnight. We'll continue tweeting out the candidates who are now becoming representatives and senators, so make sure to follow along. Our team is planning to update our website daily with results and context about these races. We'll have a running document running page that will help be your source. And you can make sure that you're plugging into these results every day that we have new ones to share. We're asking you to stay with us. The stakes are too high to stand on the sidelines, and we will need every person who cares about the future of this country to fight alongside of us in the states where it matters most to improve lives and to protect our democracy. We're also celebrating our first live broadcast from the States Project. So we have had so many folks pitch in, but Sarah, Nicole, Esther, Brady, Leah, you all made this possible. So thank you for doing this work every day. And Daniel, you want to close us out?
Yes, first of all, an incredible team here. That is true with this live broadcast. We felt like people needed this on state legislatures, and so pulled it out of a hat. Simone, you as well, and the folks in our war room counting, like their number one goal is to not be wrong. They're counting the votes because we need to know what direction these things are going. And now we're throwing it out there onto the internet as well. So incredible job by those folks as well. Here is what you need to know. What happens in these places? Michigan, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, Maine, Nevada, North Carolina, Nebraska, Alaska, Wisconsin, Colorado. In state legislative races, there's not going to be any more live broadcasts, but there will be massive impact on our future and our democracy. So we hope this was a helpful taste of what it is to think about state legislative races as they should be thought about. And we want you to stay focused. And because I filibustered, Simone, you've got another call.
I do, Daniel. One of our, again, toss-up seats in Pennsylvania, Paul Takak, has won his race, another critical race. And we actually have a video from this candidate that we're excited to close this broadcast out with. So again, thank you so much. A great note to end on. That is 3 toss-up seats in Pennsylvania. Incredible work.
Hi, everybody. Paul Takak here. I'm running for the Pennsylvania House of Representatives in the brand new 82nd District here in the heart of rural central Pennsylvania. Our district's very unique. It has Penn State University and the surrounding areas, as well as some areas like this, which are very rural. And so we had to reach out in a very competitive race and make sure that we were talking to persuadable voters. And the States Project really allowed us to be able to do that. It helped us fundraise while we were knocking doors, making the case why we needed to get to Harrisburg and make some positive change. So thank you all so much for what you're doing. We're really excited. We think we're going to be able to celebrate here in a couple of weeks by the time you're seeing this. Thank you all so much. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thanks for joining the States Project for Election Night 2022.